What is it?
Galiba gitu. Sure.
55. Where is the file of the one that you have?
Bless you.
Online. When you start from 3 to 5 weeks.
Yeah. Check this one. 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 Check this one.
My name is Richard. Today I'm going to be on social media symposium. I also want to welcome our guests that are connected online. Thank you for joining, and I believe that by the end of the day, you will have so much we are going to get from our guests that we have actually invited. So this morning, how to do our time? We're just going to start the program, and we're starting with the opening remark. I will call on our COO, the person of Mrs. Ifeyiwa Ezeoku.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay, so I'd like to welcome one of us to this great meeting. This is part of the series of activities that we put together with the creation of the income market. And the organization of the 13th of November, and we are excited that we've achieved this house. The last 30 years has been a journey of successes, challenges, and accomplishments. And we have also contributed immensely in the various regions where we are. So we're excited. Today's symposium titled Establishing and Sustaining the Legacy of Excellence in the retail industry. It's also part of our commitment in advancing the industry and ensuring that we leave a legacy of excellence. Okay, so today we'll be having 3 guests with us. So to us information and insights across different topics. Okay, so we have topics like fire risk assessment and management, and also have financing option for solar projects. And of course, the last but not the least is the establishment of the legacy of excellence in the roots of the industry. So I encourage everyone, including our online test, everyone to pay attention so that we can learn something new. And it's not just about adding value to ourselves. Some of the things we learn to do also help us to contribute positively to our great country, Nigeria. So, before further, I would like to call on the moderator of today, who will make sure that things move smoothly and we also leave there on time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Please a round of applause once again. Thank you very much. All right, so today I will quickly run down through our schedule just for us to have an idea of what to be doing. So we've just done the opening remarks, and shortly I will be calling our first speaker, who will be speaking on fire risk assessment and management in Nigerian building. And then thereafter, we'll go for a very short coffee break, and that will be by 10 a.m. And after 15 minutes, by 10:15, we'll have the second track, where we'll have our second speakers talking about financing options for solar projects in Nigeria. Dr. Shegun Adaju. Next, by 11:05, we'll be having our first speaker speaking to us on, the main topic of today, which is establishing and sustaining a legacy of excellence in the field of industry in Nigeria. And then thereafter, we go to the closing remarks that will be taken by one of our co-founders in the person of Adimeji Montesi. And those are the lineup that we today. I want to encourage each one of us to participate. After each of the tracks, we hope to take a few questions from the audience, both online and here physically. So without taking much of our time, I would like to invite our first speaker, who will be speaking on fire risk assessment and management in Nigerian buildings. The person of Assistant General Chika in Job is the Zonal Controller, Federal Fire Service in Southwest. Welcome. Thank you, Mr. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, And this morning, we are going to discuss an important element that we all know very well, that becomes part of us in all our daily activities. We are discussing fire risk assessment and management. How many of us have played fire before? I think every one of us has played fire before. And this fire, we all know that fire factors was invented as a result of the element invented fire through antidote. And since then, fire has been so useful to human beings. There is nothing we do every day that does not involve fire. We use fire in our roads, to cook our meals. We use fire in our industries to make all the products that we use. With the various steps. And because of the benefits we derive from fire, we make fire for a friend to us, a good companion to us. Since this fire that makes our friend, this fire that helps us achieve our objectives and as well cause problems to us, and as well take us from the top to the bottom. When we use fire, when we mismanage fire. So just pay attention to this one because I think although that my time is so short for me to give this lecture. The content of our lecture this morning, I want to be having here definition of fire. What is fire risk assessment? Fire preventive measure including fire safety arrangement including evacuation rules by fire. Definition of fire. The fire can be defined as a chemical reaction between oxygen, heat, and fuel, resulting to the production of heat and light. From a definition here, you can agree with me that there are components that make up fire. And if these components are not together, fire cannot exist. These components are oxygen, heat, and fuel. Oxygen, that is the air that we breathe. Without air, fire cannot burn. We have heat, that is the temperature. The temperature that gives rise to this fire ignition to take place. It has this ignition to take place. Without that heat, there will not be fire. And we have fuel. There will not be fire. So you have to have these three elements together before we have fire, and you have it in a triangular formula. The central one is the chemical reaction. When these substances, when these elements come together, now it reacts before you get to fire, before you produce fire. Sources of heat. We say sunlight. That's one way. Most of us can be in Boy Scouts or Boy Brigade. So when we are doing our camp, first we find us in the bush. There we get fire that we use to do whatever we are trying to do here. We get this fire through the sun with our magnifying glass. When we draw the sun, we will set fire. That is the sunlight, naked flame.
Dark matches, when you slide it, or lighter, you get negative flame. Electrical current. Through the current, electric current, you get heat. Also, friction. Friction, when you bring two objects together, running together, from there you get a friction that can ignite fire. Mostly in Africa, when you put your glue, you see that it's well. Oxygen. This is the atmosphere contains the atmosphere. Like I said, air contains about 21% oxygen. The atmosphere contains about 51% oxygen. And finally, it's about 16% of this oxygen out of this is 1% to burn. While human being needs about 4% to survive. And fuel, this is anything that can burn. Fuel exists in three states. Anything that can burn, human is included. And it has it in three states. Solid fuel. Solid fuel, non-stationary, tensile, monitor, plastic. Like I said, human being, okay, the fuel. Flammable liquid, petrol, resin, diesel, ethanol, flammable gases, propane, butane, acetylene, methane gases. These are the states of fuel. Now we have causes of fire. What are these causes of fire? Causes of fire are summarized into three categories. Carelessness. Under carelessness, we have misuse of electricity and kitchen appliances. Electricity, you see people overloading their socket. You see people using fresh material or standard materials to do their electrical work. Improper storage of petrol and gas cylinders. So now, because of the price of petrol, people will find it somehow difficult to buy fuel, to buy petrol to store. If it is well so cheap, people will buy petrol to store in their house. But now, you will think twice before you buy petrol to store in your house. If you don't have anything important, anything that you want to use petrol to do at that particular moment, you won't like it so right in the morning. Moving events. There are people after their big activity, after passing or the houses, where they can't wait, they are exhausted already. They say, let's relax. What are you relaxing with? Your sickness. You will get them, you get it. This on your day or on your coaching, that you brought the sickness, that you are taking, let your immune you be carried away with you. So you will be there. The sickness with the body. The sickness will not wait for you. The thing will be done. Now they are not in control of themselves again. That regret is not from the not from the state. Now in their root, giving you have the secret, giving you peace, and also the mattress you yourself, producing well. So on here, fire will start. That is carelessness. Students playing with matches and naked light. Because matches are not under expensive. Only you go to market and buy a carton of matches. Now when you come, you have some boxes of matches, the kitchen in the salon, in the bedroom, all over the house. this here and here. In your house, children will practice, watch the TV, the way you practice to watch it do, and whatever. Children is both. In your house, the children will start to practice what they see you do. They will slide down and they know where they go to. So they will be working at it. The fire will be calling. When you get to their fingers, they will go to you. Here does this one. Maybe on your day, on the cabinet, push from there where we stand. So they wrap paper to the next shade. When they see that in smoke, we have to put it in that way and they line it, they begin to smoke. That's where when you get closer to the house, they stop it. From there, they have we have so many of them. Another causes of fire is accident. Accident. Other accidents, this is all those natural, causes of fire. The natural phenomenon. Here, what we mention accident, when we go to variable pollution or roads accident. All those things, some of them will classify them on the because there are things you need to do before you do your vehicle in the morning. And when you do those things in advance, whatever we call accident. So without effect, without lightning, transport, only running. This is out of God. So you look into these things very well, you know that all these things are caused by human error. Because now, when they tell us to do some certain things, even all these predictions that we're having, that causing all these climate change that we are having. When they say don't block the waterway, if the trees to stand. The storm of us, it's not those things. When we do those things, the consequences are what we are now calling the natural disaster or natural phenomenon. So those things, when we look at them, we still find that they've been caused by human error. And accident is another causes of crime or willful acts. The project insurance company. Now people pay premium. Maybe you bought one small car. The time of Beetle. Maybe you bought Beetle and you want to move to a higher car. You want to migrate a higher car. The last says, I've been paying my premium, I've been paying for a long time. What do I do so that these people will pay me money to get a higher car? So you plan on how to fund that your small car. When you set it at place, you now call the insurance company to come and pay you the indemnity. And now we have political opponents. In this part of our world, we play politics with each other. When you look at your opponents, someone like your opponent is going faster than you. You now think of how to bring him down. You set his house ablaze or his office ablaze. Before he recovers from his election, over. That is part of it. Have jealousy, competitors, now these people doing the same business. For them to acquire their opponents, they say they are something higher. Discussion of evidence. Many a times we discover that most of the fire that was in public institutions or even private organizations, when you look at it, they start from one office or audit session. Why is it from that place? When somebody has done something that is on the TikTok, that place, somebody has been very money. Now look at the way of covering it. What do I do to cover the evidence that are around? Say that place on fire. When you say it's on fire, this, the fire is God born. How will they know what has happened? So, terrorism, insurgents. Now you see, all these see them, burning and people's property, burning government property. Classification of fire. Class A. Class A fire resulting from ordinary combustible materials, pollution, stationary, daylight, extinguishing agents, water. Class A fires are fires involving burning material. Here. How do I identify this class A fire? Any fire that acid. See, acid left behind. Class A fire. And we use water to fight such fire. Class B fire resulting from flammable extinguishing agents, food and dry chemical powder. We use it to fight Class B fire, flammable, Class C, electrical, Class C, Class C fire involving gases such as propane. It is extinguishing agent. First column is cylinder. While you are having your cylinder, maybe you are kitchen, and if there is fire, first one of the cylinder, so that after the gas ready, the fire is extinguished. It cannot be used on any extinguisher to fight that fire. And that's why we say your cylinder, you put away from your kitchen. Even if you live in the 20th floor, put your cylinder somewhere downstairs around the fire in your kitchen. So that if there is fire, they don't go to where you have your cylinder, so no, the lump for you to get a station. Plus B, resulting from social media assaulting the medium medium, the former, the PVC agent is that chemical powder. I don't know how many of us are seen better on the before more than the truth. Better. The electrical fire, it does not constitute a class of its own. The electricity does not constitute a class of its own. It becomes either a class A or D fire under the electrical current connected. Here now, we now want to stand them as part of, electricity. If there is fire, just because of the current. When you cut off the current, this one now can be classified as class A. It can be classified as class B. Use the medium. Distribution, okay. Distribution agents, first of the current, like I said earlier, use their appropriate distribution agent. Like, let's see. Well, transmission method, smoothly, translation, smoothing. Then, smoothing is the process of removing oxygen. I told you that part of the element of fire oxygen. And for us to get rid of oxygen, we have to cut off air. Cut off air from getting in front of that fire. How do we cut off air? We do that fire. Use fire blankets when you cover the fire with fire blankets and the fire will, the oxygen will no longer get to get it off. Also, we use foam. That is why you see us making use of foam. You know, blankets and flammable heating. Use foam to fight the fire. When you put your blankets, the surface of the flammable heating, the air will no longer have access to have any connection with the depth of salvation. You remove that material that is on it. If there is fire here and you remove all the material, you know, that can burn, remove it from this place. If there is nothing, that fire will continue. It will not burn. Or you now say, okay, let me allow these things. You remove all those things, you know, or you carry the fire instead. If it is, you know, a confined or a plastic or what, if you can take that fire away, if this thing is involved in fire, and instead of this, the fire is spread to, you know, some other things around you, take this one away. Once you have done that, you have started that fire. Cooling is the process of removing heat. It's the process of when, you know, when there is fire, or even when they are cooking firewood, if you want to burn, you use water to burn, you know, that firewood. As the burn was on there, they have already removed the heat to cool. Yes. Fire extinction method. We have various methods of extinction. The fire extinguishers we are having on the slide, these are extinguishing methods that we use in extinguishing the different classes of fire. Like I told you, we have class A. Class A fire, you know, so we use water to extinguish it, and B, we have foam. Have also CO2. B, that is that chemical powder and CO2, all them all-purpose fire extinguishers, because they can extinguish every other class. Water, we use water extinguisher. But if you are using water for electricity, that's because of the current. You don't even know that electricity, water is the conductor of electricity. Also, we use water on variable heating. We use water here. When you use the water, the fire will continue to raise, continue to burn, because the oil, the oil, lighter. So when you pour water, the water is cancer. Why the oil is like that? So the oil was due to burn, kind of due to what you get that oil. So we use water only on the, you know, the place don't have electricity, other ones to get electricity. We also have the sprinkler system, you know, used by 200, we use 200, you know, these are gas operation. So we use it to fight fire, and seriousness, our thermal, when there is fire, don't get somebody to put here, operating. So the term to address this, so this is like a model, also we have it here, and we have five classes. The area we will do that in the fire in our kitchen. Now we come to fire fire risk assessment. What is fire risk assessment? The fire risk assessment is an organized and technical group. We are premises. It's an organized technical premises. From time to time, come to your premises, look at your premises. What are those things that can use, fire? What are those things that can hazard to you? We look at those things. And when we identify those things, we bring it to their knowledge so that we do something to make sure all those things remove. All those things that are likely somewhere or when they will fire, those things will be help for those things to be able to get rid of it. Now, the key elements have the hazard. A hazard is something that poses danger, peril, risk, or difficulty when it comes to a place, either in your home or in your workplace. There are things that those things that possesses this danger, those things that can harm you, those things that can lead to fire. These are the hazards. When you get to a place, at times you see people pouring water, on the floor. All those water they pour on the floor is hazard because they can lead somebody to fall. When you identify those things, you will make sure that you are taken care of. You get to a place, you look at the socket. Times because of the load being given to that socket, the socket, when the expansion has taken place, and you see that socket changing color, you call the attention of somebody, who is in charge, so that they will take care of it before that we can arrest, the fire. So we look at those things, and we look at the position of your fire equipment in your building, so that if there is fire out there, you'll be able to take those things, make use of those portable fire fighting equipment and get rid of the fire immediately over it. That is the chances of that harm to occur. It might occur, it might not occur, but the risk is there. So you look at it, what are the chances that this thing I'm seeing here, and like I said, what are the chances that this water on the floor will hit somebody down? Look at those things and take care of. Identifying the hazard, sources of ignition, fuel, and oxygen. When you come to a place, as we are here now, you look at this place, what are the hazards in this place? What are those things that are likely to cause fire in this place? When we identify those things, if there is fire here, what are the sources of oxygen? Look at the door, look at the AC, those things that can make the fire continue to burn. 2, determining who may be harmed. You get to a place, you look at who are the vulnerable, who are the people, that can get, harmed because of the fire. Employees who work alone and all. So, in, isolated areas, the cleaners, trying to see them in those, some places cleaning as they are there. Are you aware that somebody is there working? You see some of the technicians trying to see somebody entering the tank to clean that tank. Are you aware that somebody has to clean that tank? Maybe as he removes the cover, he might not know that somebody is there. Some other person might come and close, the cover of that tank, and the person will get it. So you look at these are the people who are unfamiliar with premises. If you don't know the premises, you don't know the terrain of that place, and there is an emergency, how will you escape? Somebody needs to guide you. Contractor, visitor, people with disability. These are the vulnerable. When there is fire, how will they move back from there into that place? How will they move? They need assistance. We only give them assistance when you identify them. And also, we have other persons in the immediate vicinity of the premises, and people with language difficulty. If there is a fire in a place, you might be speaking about the vernacular, and somebody there does not understand what you are saying. You might be speaking English, and those people do not hear English. They need interpreter. They need somebody to guide them. Deciding what precautions are needed. The precautions that are needed, when it comes to the duty in case of emergency, evaluating the risk to people that you can if the fire starts. We look at the place and we try to assess that unit. What would be the level of either loss to the people involved in that place, the people, the inhabitants of that place. So you evaluate the risk, that we are associated in that place when there is fire. Removing or reducing the hazard that might cause fire. When you identify this hazard, you make sure that you get rid of them, remove them before causes fire. Remove or reduce sources of pollution, remove or reduce sources of fuel, and remove or reduce sources of air or oxygen, so that the fire will not spread. Recording findings. All fire safety assessment findings on recording and get the premises to be produced on request of the authority having a jurisdiction. When you carry out these assessments, whatever the findings, make sure that you record it, keep it, so that when there is when the authority that has jurisdiction, either the fire service or other agencies, when they come to look at to take their place and they'll be able to go through their record. No, okay, last time the fire service visited it, these are what they pointed at. So you look at those things and know if they have changes. You look at those things to know whether the recommendation given to them, if they have no compliance to it. So now the file reviewing and updating the assessment. All fire safety risk assessment must be reviewed and updated regularly. When they get to the place, after reviewing it, then the world is a dynamic place. Every day we continue to bring new items when you bring new things, into a building, you put it in their record so that when these people come, they'll be able to know that there are changes that are there. As we are having this entrance, this door here, maybe the owners of this place might decide to remove this door, close this place, and shift this door on this side. So it has to appear in their record that this door has been moved from here to this place, and we need to be knowledge of the authority. So that if there is emergency, instead of coming to this place, they will go to where you have to go. You have people. You have people. You put things, you arrange things accordingly in a proper manner. When you get to this, arrange things in a proper manner so that all those things will not come to they will not get fire outbreak, and they will not come to destruction during the occupation in the fire. Clearly, origin, freezing, that. Trying to see all this origin, trying to use during the generators or using maybe where you improve, where you have leakage. So instead of you to put those things away, drop them from you. And if there is any spark, get to that place, you end fire to burn. So eventually start those things and have the fire blockade, have water fire extinguisher in kitchen area. So have their fire extinguisher, their blankets, like I told you earlier, put their cylinder outside their kitchen so that in case of fire, you get rid of this. Do not overload the switch on all electrical appliances when you leave the building. At the end of the day, make sure you switch on the electrical appliances and store flammable materials in the same place. Complete fire escape plan. Have a plan for your fire escape so that when there is fire, you'll be able to know the yes. Fire prevention and education of public awareness. Fire prevention to get awareness, educate people on what to do, to fight fire outbreak, and what to do in the time of fire. So educate them, that is fire prevention. What they are doing here is fire prevention. And when it comes to fire protection, yes, when you come to fire protection, it is for us to have those equipment, installed so that when there is fire outbreak, to be able to get rid of it. Next, fire detection and warning system. You have those that give installation, like have the smoke detectors, have the sounder, and the other detecting effects, so that they alert you when there is emergency. You can see it. Yes. Okay. So now the facility require the needs of the expecting. So when there is an outbreak, it's like how you move. So, all these things are already present in the building during the time of emergency. This effectively, have to be known by everyone. Have to have the assignment, directional assignment in case of fire. This is where our good best. These are those. When you come to that place, you have basics, assignments. You have the healthcare coach, basic jobs, so that everyone will be aware of it. These are the signages. The firewooding duty during evacuation. You know, the firewooding, everyone has to know who is on our duty at the time of emergency, so that when there is emergency, you'll be able to carry out their function appropriately. Next. So you can see it's during emergency, because of the phone, because of the place, we are trying to come, you know, come put a floor, because we always have oxygen that brings, you know, oxygen at that level, so we are trying to put in front so that they will not be taken. When you are giving the building, when you are evacuating the building for 2 weeks, you are appropriate and you don't need to rush. You have to 2 weeks, you know, you are appropriate, so that you will not get yourself to conclusion. The fire and life safety of the occupant, customer, visitor, and neighbor is dependent on how well you carry out their job. Protect them to the best of their ability. When they are inspired, make sure that you carry it out and you are educated as you are told. Make sure you carry it out so that you know you will not get other people injured. What to do when you discover fire? What to do when you discover fire? Look at it, raise an alarm, call the fire siren, ensure that everyone evacuates the building. When you leave the building, make sure that you go to the water point or assembly point. Attempt to extinguish the fire. Study, you know how to handle those fire fighting. Make sure that you extinguishing the fire. If you don't know how to do, you don't endanger yourself by trying to do that. Close the door. Close the door so that you don't oxygen, so that air will not be coming in. Then that fire to work. Never try to pick up valuable. You see some people when they are inspired, as they are asked to move away from the building, maybe some of us will remember, our iPhone 40, remember our 100, because of the let me go back and people. No, their life is more valuable than that. In my own job, don't fight where to come back to here. Don't fight it. You don't fight it. You know who or that why you are. Do not use television. Do not use television. Do not use things because this thing is operated by the people. You enter that you don't know where that is going to stop you. It might stop you in that world where you are in fire. So don't use the staircase. Always scroll down, go into plug area before fresh air is always at the level. So when there is fire, when there is no flow, don't stand outside so that you will not be so. So if they are close to catching fire, just stop and weigh yourself on the floor. As you know yourself, the floor, you'll be cutting oxygen. Once you get that fire, on it because as you are looking, you cut oxygen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right. I don't know if we have few questions. How many questions? Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. I have a question. Most times we go to different facilities, or sometimes we find that valuable government facilities or that we find a message because there are costly. So I'm not sure. It's not related to government facilities. It's even private facilities. So my question is actually, is there any relationship and definition of the regulatory for large facility? Is there a definition on possible insurance duties and legal associated with fire and life safety systems? And is there specification in terms of level of integration, design, or basic requirements for such facilities depending on the security and level of people?
When it comes to building regulations, we have a unit known as plan review, plan examination, plan examination division. So their role is to get drawings of building, examine those drawings, they will take it, look at it, if fire safety has been considered the drawing stage that building, and then if we identify anything contrary to the building the fire safety regulation, they will bring it to the owner of the so that those things will be very into that way. Now, as we use it in this project, I think I will see the response rather than in that business, we have what we call occupancy load of the building. And if let's say here we need about 20% or 15%, to see here as occupancy load of this very form. And if this occupancy load, is violated, we see the occupancy load of it. If there is an emergency and we want to give this load, you see, there might be something. So they want the global to maintain those building system and regulations. I think the other day, the problem we are having, I like to see some of our people living in this part of the nation. There was a day, I think I got letter from somebody who is a retired family secretary to the federal minister of war. I don't know the day he retired. He asked me to meet my staff to fire fire because they should not come to sites. They should not come to tell them about this plan review. So I said, this very great in his time. You only see firefighters and agencies that all can see this fire. Now, what is dynamic? We have case of things. Why is this fire out there? Rampant. So we need to do something. Instead of mention is better. And we have to start from the root of it to make sure that this fire does not go. Even if this fire does not go, we are still doing it. So, and this as a part of the test, we look at the material they are using. How long does that take that fire? What is the resistance rate? So we look at those things and give our professional. So we have those reports, you know how we are in Nigeria, you know how we care.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We're very grateful. I think we will leave it at that from our time. So we're very grateful. Thank you so much. Please, one more time, let's see again.
Coffee break or coffee break. How many minutes? Why is your video going up?
Good day, my name is Olusegun Oye. I'm the solar lead for Peacecorp Nigeria Limited. the unit have been able to develop capacity, have been able to develop solutions that can serve clients, customers across different sectors, whether you are in the residential space, whether you are in the government space, whether you are a business. Be financed. For instance, we have installment payments for individuals or small home solutions people. We also have power as a service. Okay, we have power as a service.
Hello.
We have PPA, power purchase agreements, that we also sign with different organizations. We have outright payments.
Hello.
And we've created all these payment plans for clients to be able to easily access our the solar lead. We have partnered with Stanbic IBTC, where we're able to deliver over 40 sites. 40 sites that power their ATMs with solar. We have also worked with customers, a factory that is located in Asaba, residential space, where they do plastic production toothpicks. So we're able to install a commercial solution for that particular factory that is up to 57 kilowatts hour. And we also welcome you, to come join us on this journey of solarization.
And the head of business unit at Crystal Nigeria Limited. For over 20 years, we've been working hard to provide a well-designed and efficient energy system with a proven track record of delivering high-quality projects in the industries for mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. This MEP encompasses the design,
for instance, we have installment payments
maintenance
for individuals or small home solutions. We also have power as a service. Okay, we have power as a service. We have PPA, power purchase agreements, that we also sign with different organizations. We have outright payments. And payment plan for clients to be able to easily access our the solar leads. We have partnered with Stanbic IBTC, where we have delivered over 40 sites. 40 sites that power their ATMs with solar. We have also worked with a factory that is where they do plastic production. Is able to install a commercial solution to that commitment is up to 57 kilowatts hour. And we also welcome you, to come join us on this journey of solarization.
And the head of business unit at Crystal Nigeria Limited. For over 20 years, we've been working hard to provide a well-designed and efficient energy system with a proven track record of delivering high-quality projects in the industries for mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. This MEP encompasses the
For
design,
instance, we
the
have
installation,
installment
and
payment
maintenance
for
systems
individuals or small homes. We also have power as a service. Okay, we have power as a service. We have PPA, power purchase agreement, and we also sign with different organizations. We have outright payment.
Hello.
And plan for client bills to easily access our solar leaves. We have over sites, okay, 40 sites that power their heating with solar. So, a commercial solution we have 57 kilowatts hour. And we also welcome you to come in on this journey of solarization.
and the head of business unit at for over 20 years, we've been working hard to provide well designed and efficient system, including track record from delivering high quality projects in the industries for mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. This MEP encompasses the
For
design,
instance, we
the
have
installation,
installment
and
payment
maintenance
for
systems
individuals or small homes. We also have power as a service. Okay, we have power as a service. We have PPA.
over project delivery and responsibility
On this journey of solarization. Good day, my name is Olusegun Oye. I'm the solar lead for Pescom Nigeria Limited. The unit have been able to develop capacity, have been able to develop solutions that can serve clients, customers across different sectors, whether you are in the residential space, whether you are in the government space, whether you are a business, we have a solution for you. We have small home solutions that is targeted at individuals or estates, residential homes. We also do mini grids targeted at communities that are isolated and don't enjoy power from the grid. We also have solutions for commercial and industrial organizations. So, for instance, like banks, different manufacturing companies. We also have solutions for them, and that's the CNI space. We have also packaged different payment options, different ways that each of these packages can be financed. For instance, we have installment payments for individuals or small home solutions. We also have power as a service. Okay, we have power as a service. We have PPA, power purchase agreements, that we also sign with different organizations. We have outright payments, and we've created all these payment plans for clients to be able to easily access our the solar solutions. We have partnered with Stanbic IBTC, where we're able to deliver over 40 sites. Okay, 40 sites that power their ATMs with solar. We have also worked with a factory that is located in Asaba, where they do plastic production, toothpicks. So we're able to install a commercial solution for that particular factory that is up to 57 kilowatts hour. And we also welcome you, to come join us on this journey of solarization.
Good day, I'm Engineer Quadri Raufu. I'm the head of business unit at Pescom Nigeria Limited. For over 20 years, we've been working hard to provide a well-designed and efficient MEP system with a proven track record of delivering high-quality projects in the industry. MEP stands for mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. This MEP encompasses the design, the installation, and maintenance of systems within a building. We possess knowledge in engineering principles, building codes, energy standards, and emerging technologies. We design efficient systems and overcome challenges that may arise during our implementation. When you choose us as your MEP partner, you can expect several key benefits. Firstly, our solutions are designed to optimize energy consumption, thereby reducing operational costs and environmental impacts. Also, our attention to details and quality control processes ensure that your project is completed to the highest possible standards. Finally, our commitment to timely project delivery and responsiveness guarantees a seamless experience from start to finish. So, taking a look at what we've done at Syngent Pharmaceutical, where we deploy an ISO Class 8 HVAC system. Like we've done in MTN, where we deployed both fire hydrant and fire sprinkler system to their strategic locations. We offer end-to-end in MEP systems to ensure optimal performance, energy efficiency, and occupant comfort. We look forward to opportunities to work with you on your project. At BASECOM, we provide excellent solutions that works.
Good day, everyone. My name is Engineer Gaspar Onebu. I'm the head of operations and also the head of business development, EFBS, in Bascom Nigeria Limited. EFBS, which is extra low voltage systems, have become an essential part, right, for the design and implementation of different building infrastructures and services in the building. In the EFBS system, there are a couple of solutions that we have: the life safety systems, where you have the fire alarm systems, right, where you have the public address or the voice evacuation systems. We have done installations for a lot of customers, some of which is British High Commission in Abuja. We did for Civic Towers. We did the Civic Towers project. We have done for Microsoft. We have done for Zenith Insurance, Pension, Custodian. We've done a lot of such projects for different customers in the security and safety systems, which is solutions, which is another aspect of the EFBS. These solutions are focused on ensuring the assets of our customers are protected, ensuring that there is no unauthorized access into any facility. We've done projects for Microsoft, we've done projects for Halliburton, we've done projects for Standard Chartered Bank, West Africa, both in Nigeria and West Africa region. I can also talk about the automation, the building automation system, where all the subsystems of EFBS and other mechanical and electrical systems are all integrated to ensure a centralized management or monitoring and control of the facility. We have worked for companies like British High Commission,
Hello, can anybody hear me? I think the host is muted, so I'm not sure we can hear you online. You have to unmute. Great.
Good morning, sir.
Hello. Great. Well, maybe I should just continue. I understand I've been introduced, but I'm not sure we had online. Yeah, I can take off from here, if that's okay. My name is Shegun Adaju, and I'll just quickly want to share my thoughts with you. Apologies, I couldn't attend physically due to last-minute changes in schedules. So also, I would like to congratulate Bascom for 30 years anniversary. Great job, great job. We're very proud of you. So quickly, I would like to share with you some of my experience as a financial advisor and also as a consultant in some of the financing options that we've seen for solar projects in Nigeria. Of course, it's inexhaustible, and I know that many of us here also have some other knowledge and information to share. I run a company called Consistent Energy. I'm also a lead consultant for Sociedad Consulting, and I support a few governments. Currently, I'm supporting Lagos State government to develop the distributed renewable energy desk, and I'm the former president of the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. Okay, so let's make progress. Yes, we all know the energy access position of Nigeria. So no waste time on this slide. We know that more than almost half of Nigeria don't have access to electricity, and it's worse in rural areas. All right, and the number is growing every year because population is growing. We also know that the solar irradiation in Nigeria is far better than what you have in Europe. And I'll take particular reference from Germany. Sometime, I think 1.5 years ago, I was at the control center for energy, it's called Data Center for Energy in Berlin. And on that particular day, Germany was generating about 19,500 megawatts from solar, 19,500 megawatts from solar. And you can see the results that they have is not anywhere better than Nigeria. I'm sure many of us will also know. So I will approach the financing from two angles. Firstly, from grid-tied solar. So there's a business model that allows solar to be generated and connected to the national grid. And Nigeria started to explore that market sometime in year 2016, when 14 companies were given power purchase agreements through the NBET, that's the Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading Company, to generate over 1,000 megawatts. I think that is a 1,125, but there are one or two additional. So there are one or two subtraction from this initial list. So it's a 1,125 megawatts that is expected to be generated and connected to the national grid. However, as we speak, none of them has reached what we call financial close, and none of them has generated any watts of solar that is connected to national grid. For grid-tied projects, the financing structure is that of project finance. Because of the size, and I'll tell you a few reasons, why grid-tied is more project finance. Because it is very large. So if you are doing 100 megawatts, and if 1 megawatt is $1.2 million, just do the numbers. So you need tons of money to do grid-tied solar. So, and the structure is around what we call power purchase agreements signed by the off-taker. So in Nigeria, the off-taker for those 14 agreements is the Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading Company, NBET. that signed an agreement with them. Initially, it was at some good rates, but today it's doing about 7.5 US cents. So Great Tides Finance also comes with what we call partial risk guarantee, because they're coming to a country and they want to be guaranteed that their revenue is assured. They want to be sure that MBET will pay them on the power purchase agreement that they have signed. And I must tell you, that's one of the major reasons why they have not started business. They are not too sure MBET will have the liquidity to pay them. So they opted for an option called PCOA, Put Call Option Agreement, which means guarantee me through your sovereign body, which is the federal government of Nigeria, not MBET now. Give me a guarantee that if I generate power through my solar panels, it's either you pay or you take. As long as I generate, you have to pay me. If you like, don't connect it, don't transmit it or distribute it. You just have to pay me. And that's where we got stuck. I mean, so many, this can take a whole day to look at what are the issues, because at a point, the federal government agreed and signed the PCOA with 2 companies. However, the government of Nigeria says my PCOA will be in Naira. And the investors are bringing dollar. And of course, you and I know what the exchange rate risk in Nigeria had been so much funding into Great Tides Solar in Nigeria. All right. So 5 punchy areas. Number 1, very capital intensive. Number 2 is foreign currency denominated. Number 3, you also require long-term offtake agreements to be able to bring investment into Great Tides Solar. Number 4, it is project finance with no recourse to any other form of repayment. That means the source of repayment is the project itself. That means the project must generate revenue to pay itself. The investors in project finance don't want to give their father's house, bring their mother's birth certificate. They don't have that time. The project must pay for itself. So it's called non-recourse. And then we talked about the PCOA. So that's that about project Great Tides Solar in Nigeria. So we have not seen too much financing. In other countries, you hear that a project, even in, I think in Lome, also of Ghana, you know, a 200 megawatt solar farm funded and going to be, excuse me, going to be connected to national grid. Yes, here in South Africa. And then one other issue is that in Nigeria, it was not a proper way of getting licensing for Great Tides Solar. It's normally by bidding. In Nigeria, it was just an agreement. MBET said, this is what I can pay you, sign an agreement with them. Normally, countries do bidding. So government will say, I want to generate, or MBET, or anybody who wants to buy, says, I want 200 megawatts of solar in my portfolio. They will put up the tender. So many companies, Bascom, Consistent, you know, any other company will now bid. The government will now pick the most viable. You know, but in Nigeria, it wasn't that. But there are also plans to go for bidding in the next course of licenses that will be issued. Great time. Let me come to the off-grid market, where we have seen a whole lot of activities in Nigeria. And of course, I mean, I was watching the video by Bascom, and you see how they have played in that space. Nigeria has gained some traction. For example, you know, in standalone off-grid market, particularly through the Rural Electrification Agency, several policies have been put in place. At the last count, about 7 to almost 9 now. The numbers of connections have been increasing. RA alone has connected about 1.5 million clients in Nigeria. And yet, the connections, new connections that is expected by year 2030 will be, you know, on-grid. That's that, you know. So the off-grid markets, off-grid solar, since we're talking about solar now, off-grid solar in Nigeria is gaining traction and it's become very vibrant. Now, for financing in this area, because most of the organizations here have been startups, of course, except Bascom. But also that Bascom probably got into the solar space, I don't know how many years now. So solar started gaining traction around 2010, 2011, 2012, right? And most of those companies that are operating in the off-grid market, they are startups, and many of them are yet to get out of the valley of death. What do we call the valley of death? Where you need seed capital, and then you come to break even. Many of the companies are not broken, and then you get to the early stage, and then you raise series of funding, series 1, series 2, series 3, you know, mezzanine, and later public offer, initial public offer. Of course, none of those companies in Nigeria has reached IPO. And we'll look at what the trend is and why we are where we are right now. So for 1 second, trying to, okay. So for this, I mean, startups, basically, seed funding is what they require to start, and there are a lot of organizations giving seed funding in Nigeria. So we mentioned some of those names. So when you are incubating ideas and you raise some grant funding, for example, Olon is one. Olon gives initially started with $50,000 co-sharing with USA. But then they give some seed capital, okay, ranging from $10,000 to $100,000 for new companies to define their business model. So aside Olon, there is a Nigerian Climate Innovation Center, Lagos Business School. There is an organization called GCIP, working with UNIDO, also giving some form of, you know, seed funding, right? That's, you know, what most companies in the startups have. Many companies in Nigeria have won those funding. There's USA also. USA gives $100,000. Now I think they have increased to $2,000. So new companies who want to start with, you know, look for those funding, you know, first. Okay. Then, so I'm trying to see I'm not seeing my apologies. I'm not seeing the head of the screen. So no. Okay. So seed funding stage. I hope this is legible. I was just wrong. So seed stage is where most of the companies that have done some good work are at currently. So they have gotten some startup funding, and I mentioned companies. So companies like Haven Hill Synergy has raised about $4.6 million through the NITF. I think it's Nigerian Infrastructure Development Finance. I think what's it called? There's this capital organization that also supported them. Denham, I think. Denham, yeah. Okay, so that's seed funding stage. For example, my company also, we are seed funding stage. We've raised some seed capital, both concessional loan, grant funding. So between startup and seed, we see a lot of grant funding. And there are a lot of grant funding opportunities in Nigeria. And there are many organizations need to know that can raise funding, grants, free money. Let's use that one. Although they come with conditions, you have to meet some metrics and some numbers. So my company is also at seed funding stage, $500,000 million grants, what's it called? Grants and repayable loan at zero interest, enterprise challenge from Basic Kaya that is doing a project for the FCD. So they are the ones giving those grants. There is also another organization, it's called CLASS Priority Launch and Energy Efficiency or Productive Use of, Productive Use Appliance Financing Fund, where they are trying to roll out equipment that have productive capacity, like solar fridges, solar freezers, milling machines that are powered by solar and the rest. And then they are giving grant funding to support new companies to test Yeah, so most of those companies are these seed funds. Most companies in Nigeria are here. And that's where, and many of them also remember our value of debt. Many of them are that value of debt, that they have not been able to get to early stage. And then, of course, you have to break even to be able to get into that state. Then, now we move to the bigger stage of funding. I think a couple of companies in Nigeria have got into this stage. For example, Energy is here. So Energy raised about $9 million. I remember 100,000 to 6 million is that Series A. They've raised about $9 million. They have companies like Breakthrough Ventures, powered by Bill Gates, enough funds, all on putting money together. When you are coming to this stage, you have to have a properly structured company with very strong corporate governance, with your business model already proven, and you are showing that the market size is really big for people to bring money. I won't be surprised if Energy raise another series, maybe Series B. All right. And there are many companies in the energy space in Nigeria, playing in Nigeria, but not local companies that are also going beyond Series A funding. I will get to the state. So a typical example is Energy. So you are doing like $10 million to $15 million funding for your project. And there are a lot of investors currently interested in Nigeria. In fact, they've been looking at Nigeria in the last 5 years. Looking at how do I get it? How do we get it? But recent developments are really encouraging them. I mean, I was in Kenya, then Uganda, Kenya in the last 2 months. And most of those investors, just looking at the Nigerian market. Why? Number one, the exchange rates has been unified. The challenge is that they want to invest, and when they want to exit, they can't exit because there's no dollar. Many airlines are stuck at this point. So now they can go to the I&E market and buy dollar and move on. So that's number one. Number two, the subsidy on the alternative that has also made the solar look expensive has also, been taken away. So Nigerian market is being estimated to get the largest share of investment in renewables, particularly solar, in the next 5 years, more than any developing markets in the whole world. That's what people are saying. Projection by Bloomberg says more money is going to flow to Nigeria. So companies in this space should get ready, should get structured. Many of us might have to match, because one of the challenges also is that many investors say we are small size company. So everybody wants to run their own structure, and they want to do 100 million. They don't have time for 2 million, 5 million, really. So that's what we say. For series, other series are Series B, Series C, and you can see that in our chart. So companies that can say have raised Series B, C, and maybe some of that operating in Nigeria is the like of Sunking. Sunking recently raised over $200 million. And they are raising all this NG. They've raised tons of money. One local company that was started, I don't know if you actually call it a local company, but it's a Nigerian that is based in the UK. He spent almost all his life in the UK. Started Rensource. Rensource also has raised money. They've raised Series B. So we're hoping that many of us properly structured will raise series of funding. Okay. So what are the financing models? Those monies are structured in various ways. It could be debt, equity, grants, guarantee, bonds, even recent funding model that's called debt for nature swap. And I will explain that as we make progress. So the source of funding, equity, number one, from, of course, the shareholders of Bascoms are putting their own money when they started. Then institutional investors also can come in and take shareholding. For example, Breakthrough Ventures has, taking equity holding. When Energy started, it was started by two guys, Femi and just my friend, I think Kule. Okay. But at some point in time, they had to, when they were raising their series, so if you are moving to series funding, large ticket, you must be willing to give some equity, right, to investors. So today, I'm not too sure Femi has majority. I mean, I don't know which structure. We have majority shareholding in Energy because All is there as a shareholder. Breakthrough Ventures is there as a shareholder. I think Norfund as one or two other, and they will take bits of equity. All right. So it's also a way of enhancing raising funding for projects. It could be by debt. And many organizations are also giving debt funding to these days. I talked about the concessionary debt funding that, for example, my organization got from development partners. Their DFI is also giving some debt. Typically in Nigeria, you have BOI. Interestingly, a few companies have raised money from BOI. Many of us think we can't raise money from BOI. Companies are raising money. Okay, so how are they doing it? We need to learn. Development Bank of Nigeria has started a green finance line. In fact, they added a guarantee company to further de-risk the markets. Okay, so if you go to them and say you want to take a loan for your solar business and you have an issue of providing guarantee, they will send you to their subsidiary to go and structure guarantee. It's called Impact Credit Guarantee Company. Okay, so debt is also coming in. Although it's also good to know at what point to bring in debt. Most companies in the solar space, in other economies, they started from, concessional funding that we talked about, grants, concessional loan, and the rest. Some of those loans are what we call convertible notes. So you take a loan, $500,000, you will negotiate the interest rates. You are not willing to give equity at that stage, and yet you are worried about the interest component of the loan. You now say, give me convertible notes. I'm unable to even service the interest. And when the tenure is expired, maybe 5 years, you have the option of converting it to equity. At that point, the company will have also built some cash flow, the owners will have raised some funding, and then they're able to balance the shareholding. That's one strategy that new companies are using now, so that they don't quickly dilute themselves. So debt is also grants. Grants is, it's free money. And there are many organizations today in Nigeria, one of them. USAID is one. Where there are pockets of funding under the European Union, EU, projects that they are also, giving grants. So we just need to know where they are. Okay. So there are also green bonds. Green bonds. In fact, there are two successful green bonds that have been raised by a private sector player in Nigeria, Access Bank and North-South Power Company, right? Even Nigerian government has raised green bonds that has been successful and oversubscribed 2 times. One is from 2014, and that was 2019, I think. Oversubscribed. Development Bank is raising a bond right now. Many of us, we should get this information, so that when they raise the funding, the bonds, they also want to use to finance green projects, right? Then pension is also another source of funding. Interestingly, Nigeria has over 15 trillion as at 2022, locked down. Although in Nigeria, we have not been able to catalyze or convert pension funds to investable fund, particularly in green energy space. I don't know what the constraints are really. There are many countries, developed markets. Pension fund is one of those strong ways. And interestingly, Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Investment Fund, NSIF, is also doing some level of investment in green energy now. I think they've invested in 1 or 2. I'll try to get those details. And then there's what we call climate finance, both multilateral, like GEF, Green Climate Fund, and the rest. 1 or 2 projects in Nigeria is considering GCF. I know Jeff has also funded grants, given grant to companies in this space, Global Environmental Facility, in partnership with UNDP Nigeria, under what we call the Small Grant Project. If you find out this information, we can access funding from there. And then there are bilateral funding opportunities. For example, AFD started the SunRef. SunRef was about, I think it's almost a 75 or 74 million euro line that was housed with 2 commercial banks in Nigeria. Although it wasn't too successful, because one of those challenges also, the commercial banks still don't understand the business as much. So it wasn't fully accessed, and then they had to return, and Nigeria had to return the money. GIZ has given grant funding to catalyze mini grids in Nigeria. So the first set of mini grids, about 6 of them, were funded by some grant funding from GIZ under the NESP, and also with some loan from Betterverse. We'll come to that. Betterverse is a crowdfunding organization. What is that source of funding? Resource-based finance. So, for example, if you are pre-qualified for the Nigerian electrification project, it's a sort of financing. What does it mean? They are giving some result-based financing, meaning go and roll out solar system. The solar is supposed to cost $10, but in connection, you give me the details and the fact. Come back, I'll give you a subsidy of $3. It's a sort of financing. And many organizations in Nigeria also listed under the area. And beyond that, there's also the PPG, performance-based grant for mini grids. There's energizing education, some result-based financing in Nigeria. Yes, SC for All also started one recently called the Universal Energy Facility, which is giving up to 40% the cost of a solar system to a productive user. So, for example, you are deploying solar to a restaurant, for example, and it's supposed to cost $10,000. If you do that, in line with all the conditions given by SC for All under the UEF, you can come back and get an initial 30%, which will be $3,000. And then after a while, I think after some couple of years, you can now get the balance of 10. So 40% is funding, because those grants are helping you to reduce the cost to you. And yeah. And then there's what we call the securitization. What does it mean? So you have rolled out projects. PASCOM is doing energy as a service, pay-per-use. Listen to that video. So they are rolling out. So let's assume they have 100 customers that require $100,000 each. Let me even say 10 customers, $100,000 each. That should be like how much? 10,000, 100,000, right? Be $1 million. They will invest that upfront, and it might take them up to 5 years to get their money. If a mini grid is even longer, it might take you 7-10 years to break even. So you have receivables locked down. There are programs now where you can refinance receivables, and a company called B-Box, I think Lumos. Mobisol did it. They have benefited from this. So what does it mean? They will unlock that is due in 7 years. Get the cash down and do another grant. Once again, until financing is a financing that many solar companies buy funding before it's exploiting Nigeria. It's called aggregate demand financing.
Hello, sir. I don't know if you are back. We lost you.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. We can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
a lot better.
Oh, great. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so now came up with a framework where it's called demand aggregation of renewable energy technologies, where they come to me and say, Shegun, what's your need in the next 180 days? How many panels, how many batteries, what do you need? Bascom, what's your need? Energy, what's your need? Solar Centric, what's your need? They aggregate all the demand. And then they buy in bulk and then benefit from quantity discount. Okay. And then they warehouse in Nigeria. So as you need, you go and take stock. Although it comes to some condition. Some of us are already positioned, we're already in discussion with the OTC and the rest to take advantage of this opportunity. It's a form of financing. It's a venture financing. Yeah. So it doesn't have to be, you have to raise Naira or dollar that comes to your position. There are innovative ways of financing. The debt for nature swap is a new financing framework in the clean energy space that some countries have explored. And I remember under the last administration, the former vice president was talking about that opportunity. And we sold this idea also to the Nigeria. What does it mean? It encourages countries who are indebted, and Nigeria is one of the. So if you invest in climate projects or projects that are classified as for nature, like carbon capture, solar, winds, and all the rest, you can take it to that network of lenders and use it to negotiate for debt forgiveness. Some countries have done it. We hope Nigeria will be able to do that sometime. So let's just quickly round up. Climate finance is becoming very, nowadays, most of the global climate finance, majority of them are flowing into renewables, and even not just any kind of renewables, particularly solar. And these monies are just waiting for organizations in Nigeria, to prepare and assess, given the climate, the ecosystem, the investment friendliness of the country. Other funding opportunities that I've seen, GIZ, 500,000 euro. These are some of those funding in some few years back. The World Bank Nigerian Electrification Project was $550 million. We have information now that has been enhanced to 750 first, and then it moves on to $1.5 billion under the IRA. So we should get ready to also look at this one. USADF is funding. There's Electrify. I think it's about $50 million now. It's been increased. Several loan, has some deep pocket also that is vested in Nigeria. And of course, it's because the addressable market is estimated to be about $10 billion per year. So these are some of those funding lines that I know. I've talked about the World Bank AFDB going to 750 million and ultimately 1.5 billion. BOI has even increased from 6 billion. I think they are doing beyond 10 billion now. I talked about 174 million euro. Sterling Bank has a 10 billion line and they are enhancing it. Stanbic also has a line. FCMB is doing very well in mini grid. There's the African Guarantee Fund that gives guarantee for investment. Several opportunities that are listed here. And remember the North-South Bank that I mentioned, Access Bank, 15 billion bond, they're investing in green projects. I'm aware of one or two projects that invested already. And then there's a lot of significant support from government and donors. So Nigerian government is under bilateral or multilateral agreements, working with some organizations to raise money. There's the Solar Power Nigeria, that is looking at 5 million connections, and the other, there's even the ROGIP, it's now called ROGIP. There's a $200 million line for West African countries, and the headquarters is in Nigeria now, because Nigeria is where the market is. Alon has almost $200 million investable for solar in Nigeria. And what are we seeing? Of course, you're seeing a lot of investment in Pico Solar. I talked about Green Light Planet, something talked about Lumos, there is series of monies. We're seeing SMEs being powered. And another form of financing is what we have also had in the videos that was shared by Pastor. Consumer finance. Consumer finance. That is catalyzing a lot of investment in this space. So imagine an SME using a small generator and using 5 liters every day. 5 liters is almost nothing. And that 5 liters cannot be less than 2,500. Even assuming 500 naira. If you assume 600, that's another scenario. Imagine spending the on petrol alone. It has become commercially viable now to displace that kind of generator and replace with solar. By providing consumer finance where they have to pay either for use, it's called energy as a service, or lease to own. In fact, cooling as a service has come into the Nigerian market now. And I'm sure Bascom in powering Stanbic IBTC and the rest can attest to some of these things. So solar for ATMs instead of so the levelized cost of electricity between solar and fossil fuel and even grid now is already defined. This is the time to raise money. We're seeing rooftops for household. We're seeing mini grids. This is in Niger State. This is also mini grids. Coming on. They are financed under these different business models. This is a school somewhere in Lekki, really powered by solar. Of course, we're all familiar with this building by Blue Camel in Abuja. Rooftop solar for a generator retail outfit in Lagos. Okay, I mean, Total has done many stations now. Imagine generating 7,702 kilowatt hour per year. Imagine if you are charging, let me even say 100 naira, or let me even say 16 naira per kilowatt hour. Just do the multiplication, 16 naira times this per year. That's the amount you are making from one outlet if you are doing energy as a service. And if companies are able to batch these numbers, these pipelines of projects together, they are able to raise financing. That's I'm aware of. And Nigerian breweries, everybody's deploying solar under various financing framework. Carbon credit is one area that I probably didn't mention well. I think I listed it. So carbon market is opening up now. The voluntary market is really gaining traction. Why? Because everybody, about 191 countries have signed that they want to keep the temperature of the world below 1.5 degrees Celsius, right? So now a company who is polluting find another company who is reducing greenhouse gas emission through projects, either adaptation projects, planting trees and all the rest, or mitigation project, installing solar power, and then they can buy credits. It's a strong sort of financing. There are two markets. There's the CDM, Carbon Development Mechanism markets, under the UNFCCC. The price is very high. You can go as high as $20 per ton, but it's very restricted. So voluntary market has been open. I think I saw a price of $3.1 per ton. So the price in the voluntary market is lower than CDM, although CDM is more difficult to access. Right? But it's also a sort of funding for solar projects all over the world. And Nigeria is also looking at that. So what are the constraints? And I'll close with this. You'll be wondering, despite all these monies, I think there was a report I read, and the monies in the green, in the renewable energy investable funding is really trillions of dollars. But why are we not getting in Nigeria? Number one, arranging finance and very tedious. The small seed funding we got took us 2.5 years. Energy must have spent almost 4 years getting to that stage. So at times, time consuming. It can require a lot of documentation, a lot of, forth and back. But at the end of the day, it's worth it. So in our course, my own company, in our course, improve our process, corporate governance, building structure, our processes, our systems. And we have talked to, I mean, you can imagine how many people we spoke with to raise the first funding. You might apply to 20, and then 1 or 2 is what's showing me like, but it's really worth it. It's worth it because it also helps to build the capacity of the organization, the technical and contractual aspect of it, the risks that institutions like banks. So we wonder why, although a few banks are doing very interesting thing now. FCMB recently relaunched his solar financing loan a week and a half back. Stanbic is also playing in there. Sterling is doing good, and a few banks are already also coming in. So that's why the constraint, the market is ripe now for funding. The ecosystem is getting better, and imagine incentives to adopt solar. Let me mention 2 incentives that is critical to see the revolution of solar in Nigeria. Number 1, incentive for end users. Imagine if I have solar on my rooftop and I know I can benefit some tax rebate because I have put solar on my rooftop. Everybody will begin to do solar. The second is the net metering framework that has been under consideration. I've also been one of those that supported the NEC this area. What does it mean? You are generating excess right now. In my house now, I'm sure I'm generating excess, but I'm not selling to anyone. So if I'm able to sell to a Kenyan, then it begins to make sense. Then my neighbor will be interested, oh, wow, really? To me, I can make money from selling panel on my rooftop. These are the things that catalyze markets are developed. And finally, also the third one will be incentive itself for local manufacturing. I don't like talking about subsidy. It's not subsidy, just incentive to encourage investments to come into Nigeria. That will really make a big interest in the Nigerian market. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't bore you, and I'll be happy to take some questions. Over to you, moderator.
Some of us might be following and we might have challenges in hearing, but from what I've
anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Moderator, I think I'm done, and you can take over from here.
Okay, we're hearing you, sir. Thank you so much. I will just ask if we have some questions. Just hold on for us. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, so I was saying, I believe we've learned a lot, and if we have missed any of the things that he has mentioned, we have the presentation slide that we can actually share with you after the event. But one of the things that I have taken away is that there are so many opportunities in the solar space for funding. He mentioned some of the ones that we have, Basecom as a company, have already taken advantage of. But for the bigger ones, like the Series A, he mentioned Series B, one of the things that he mentioned, there are several structures that need to be put in place for organizations that want to actually key into those kinds of funding. So not to take too much of our time, I don't know if we have any questions. I believe that there will be some questions. So if we have some questions, Dr. Shegun is still online. He will be willing to take them. And if we have people online that have joined us that have questions, please, you can use the comment section to type your questions and we will take them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shegun. I actually listened to your presentation during the week, during the REAA meeting. And there was also a session handled by a representative from Renewable Rural Electrification Agency. My question is about the role of REA, Renewable Energy Association, based on your position in this association, as to providing information to stakeholders within the energy space as to the activities of the Rural Electrification Agency. My basis for this question is the fact that the representatives of the Rural Electrification Agency asserted that the REA, Rural Electrification Agency, has funded 2 major projects in Kaduna State. And I was even looking at that same agency funding another project in Kaduna State. Is it possible for the Rural Electrification Agency to be providing regular updates so that we know what they have done, the areas they have operated, so that we will not focus on the areas where they have recently invested? Because my assumption is that definitely the allocation to that particular state would have been depleted. So the question is for us to have regular updates on investments by rural electrification funds in different areas in Nigeria, so that we can even know the particular location to look at a particular time. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, and I hope you can hear me. So the REA, works with partners. So there are partner companies that are pre-qualified by the REA to do projects under various programs. There's solar home systems, there's mini grid, there's energizing education. For example, my company is pre-qualified under the solar home systems. And then REA holds quarterly stakeholder meeting with these organizations. All right, so information are passed to them. All right. Secondly, I am aware also that REAN has an engagement with the REA, and I'm aware as a member of REAN, I was the founding president up until late last year. We also get information from the association, get a lot of emails. So I will encourage and recommend organizations to join REAN because they also get information, right? But I agree with you, we need to get more information out there. REA itself needs to get more information to the country. It doesn't have to be only your partners that you hold regular meetings with. So I agree with you. And I also know that they have a lot of information on their website, but I totally agree with you. They need to be out there sharing a lot of information on what they are doing, the opportunities that exist, where projects are being done, even, for example, where there are projects to be bidded for. I agree with you. But I think I also take this back to REAN to say, look, REAN also needs to promote whatever information they have to the market. I'm aware they are having some visitation to some organization from next week, August 3rd. They just released the timetable. That's REAN. So REA is one of those that are going to REA, MBED, Ministry of Power, so they're just going around to visit. But I agree with you, more information should be out there. And I will encourage, like I said, you to join one of these organizations. And I hope this is useful. Over to you, moderator.
All right, thank you so much. All right, I don't know if thank you so much, sir. Any more questions? I have one. I don't know if you have any more questions.
No.
All right, thank you so much. This question is
hello, can I go now? Sorry, good morning.
One more question, just from me, sir. Quick one. Okay, so for startup companies, okay, are there platforms or organizations that can help them in terms of packaging all of the kind of documentation that is required for them to access these loans, some of these loans that you mentioned? I remembered when I attended the ARE event in Ivory Coast, they have like an organization and a platform where they bring in both investors and developers together, okay, to share ideas and see how they can help them in that investment. So in Nigeria or through REA, can we have, or do we have something like that in Nigeria? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. So Ryan has that platform where information about these fundings are made available and where support can be gotten for companies like startups. For example, one organization that I know that does this very well is called Clean Tech Hub. It's started by Ifemalo. Ifemalo has supported many startups, to package their books, to raise funding, and the rest. Yeah. Their organization, for example, my company benefited from a program by GOGLA. GOGLA is a Global Greenlighting Association, because as a member of GOGLA, I saw, an RFP asking for companies who wants to be packaged to apply. I did apply, and the company got that opportunity. So GOGLA is also one. City Hall also, they have various platforms where, like incubators. There's another one at Lagos Business School. It's called National Climate Innovation Center. These organizations, they help to prepare, companies for investments. They really, I know I've benefited and I've gotten a lot of information by being a member of REA. Okay, I hope I'm not marketing REA here, but I've gotten a lot of information by being a member of REA. Information that most people who are outside REA might not get. So yeah, belong to a network, engage, attend events like this, get information, and you're surprised how far it can go. I think there's somebody online who wants to speak.
Okay, good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Can you hear me, sir?
Clearly.
Yes,
I can hear you clearly.
Okay, thank you for this enlightening session. But my question is directed maybe a little bit away from what you've been saying, but still on investment, towards the SSPU by Odyssey. The SSPU grants where they say they give back 40% to install systems for businesses. We had at the last time we had heard something from them, they said there was a first batch and then we were going to be on the awaiting list. But since then, we've tried to reach out to them to know what is even going, what's the next step, what's going on it, and we've not been able to get any information. So we don't know if you have any information in regards to the SSPU facilities.
Okay, thank you so much. Interestingly, I'm also looking for information on because I'm also one of those companies on the reserve list. However, I'm also close to S4, to be honest. The constraint they had was the limit of funding that they had for round one. So they had some amount, I think it was $10 million. And they just agreed, okay, the first 10 companies, maybe averagely $1 million per person, I assume. I don't know what grant agreement that was signed with the 10 companies individually, but they had $10 million, and then they pre-qualified 20 companies and took the first 10. So the other 10, they are waiting list. And I've engaged with SFO, like I said, physically at events and also via email address. What they are trying to do is to raise additional funding. And then they said once they have raised additional funding, they will come back to the other 10 companies. In fact, one of those questions I've been asking them is that when you wrote us letter, you gave us a timeline that maybe within 5 or 6 months. So when you are coming back to us, if it's more than 5 or 6 months, which I think it is, are you going to ask us to also go and pre-qualify again? These are the kind of questions I'm asking them. But I know it's because of funding that they have. They are raising more money, and I know that they are making some progress in raising more money. So hopefully, we should hear from them very soon.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. We are very grateful. Please, can we
give Dr. Segun Adaju a round of applause for this wonderful session. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving on strictly because of our time, and we'll be bringing on our speaker for the next session, and he will be speaking on the main theme of BASECOM's 30th anniversary, which is memories and milestones, establishing and sustaining a legacy in the Okay, so let me invite our speaker, Engineer Ogunosi, to come. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Just put your hands on your sides.
Yes, sir.
Go to your right, come to your left. Don't start. So go right and left and 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 center. It's such a privilege. Are you projecting for me?
Yes, sir.
So we're going to be looking at okay, so I start with wishing, and I'm so happy to be here as part of this program today.
About 5 minutes.
45 minutes. So 45 minutes. I'm going to share with you some personal experience, maybe also making reference to the information that is available on the internet, on planning, business, the challenges, and how you can keep the running. The built environment, I needed to define that because you are looking at the topic of construction. You might wonder what the rich everything invented or in the past we did not have. So now the built environment, urban planning, architecture, and civil engineering, that we also sometimes we call the built refers to the human-made environment provided the systems for human activities, including homes, buildings, transport, and so on and so forth. This is taken from the media. So what the built environment simply means buildings. Buildings can be also offices, residential, hospitals, police stations, fire posts, train stations, airports. So we will essentially be looking at that line of business. Now, in the pre-colonial era, this business was mostly determined by housing that were peculiar to geographical location probably actually around 19. The buildings that were built at the time were mostly house, and their architects were adapted to their peculiar locations in the country. So if you are building in the halls in the north, you probably build a hall made of thatch roof and clay. If you are building in the rural areas, probably with timber, each covered with corrugation irons and so on. At that time, no one was talking about opening any form of service. There were no builders, there were no designers, there were no external local services, there were no platforms. People just built what they liked. And in the early colonial period, before Nigeria was independent, the housing activities of were destroyed, dependent on speed and location. But Lagos stood out as one of the places where from border to ground buildings and the income for housing after that time was not such a high priority for the immediate post-colonial administration. And this total near elections was further compounded by outbreak of the Civil War within the same period. The interest in housing was, however, reduced by a new administration after the Civil War. By coming there and holding out. This would be around 1970. So one of the part of this tutorial record is essentially is that there were no clearly defined building codes, regulations, classification according to companies. Everybody just did what they like. The first time that there was a losing of order was immediately after the colonialists left and Nigeria became independent. And such buildings are not being buildings constructed by government for their own agency. And you can see the records of what I have in my mouth. Now, in the past, because expected that the organizational value of the contract for building to be started at the beginning. Most of the buildings were designed or paid for by government for their own use, either for government as government or as part of the markets, office. And you will find that, especially in the Lagos area, and naturally, the industry at the time was dominated by foreign or expatriate companies. All the design work was done in Nigeria, the countries that previously governed by the English government. So it's natural that are very early the people who were controlling the business were taken up with studied by Joe in 2004. Now, so what does the construction industry look like today? The construction practice and technology in Nigeria has witnessed or have significant foreign participation for the colonial era to its current dimensions. And that number has been maintained by a few large construction companies who are all extracting firms, doing roughly 90% of the total construction in Nigeria. And added those to the numerical strength of each construction who are extracted they are counted as substantial. What this remark is saying is that in 1984, the entire construction environment, the built environment was controlled by extractive contractors. And some of us who came in around that time into the business and relate to that. Because if you went to every construction site, there were more white people than blacks, even among the laborers. But that proportion began to change as Nigerian companies began to put themselves together. The indigenous companies began to take some of the very early Nigerian set up by Nigerian people who were working expatriate. After they have taken this situation, many times they have worked with those companies for anything from 10, 15, 20 years. They came out of those expatriate units and began Many of them cover a wide range of fields, either as contractors, multi-building. Before that time, actually, in the Lagos area, most of the construction is Italian, not British. Many of them were Italian, only a few of them. We are left now. There is that kind of GKPA, there was so many. And they were all over, mostly in fact on the mainland of Lagos. That's where they had the Yaba, all the way towards Maryland area. At fire, you will still find them. But the demand, the indigenous community demand to move Nigeria. Subsequently, admitted in 1974. This was a decree that was passed just before the war left in 1974. Then carried on through the years. To empower Nigerians to take charge of the construction business, to get a bigger slice of the pie, and to begin to build an economy that was largely dependent on the participation of the indigenous community. But the presence of indigenous communities actually not the test of it. It comes from several reasons. One, possibly of funds. You can't set up a business unless you have money. And many of the conditions that the banks were putting before the people who are beginning to start, even as it is today, that the people need to was poor infrastructure. Some of the people opted to start their businesses outside of Lagos. The O'Neill and Sons, the TA Bank Local Construction Company, and a few others in the north, which were indigenous. Also in Port Harcourt, we have some of them there. But the infrastructure in the nation at that time made it difficult for them to operate too distant from Lagos. They had problems getting to their locations, hiring experienced staff. And so, in spite of the fact that the foundation had been laid for the forming and growth of indigenous companies, they still had some problems. The insufficient provision of level playing field was another matter. Some businesses were already categorized as being out of reach of indigenous companies. In other words, the government is going to do any sizable project. They say, no, we can't take the risk, of giving it to local companies, rather than companies, which is really not a good way to look at the situation. No society can grow until given an opportunity to exercise their knowledge. Indeed, it should be up to the people to say we cannot do it. It ought not to be up to government to say you cannot. It is better to use local companies to try out to test and fail, rather than to use expatriate companies who will that experience. Experience will never come until you have tried. Experience will never come until you have tried. No nation develops its business like technology, science, its capacity to build by relying on other people to provide skill, deliver, and so on. It doesn't happen that way. And so some of us are the products of the fresh thinking that a time had come to allow Nigerians to do their stuff. If they've been trained to the same extent as the experts, they also will be the opportunity. The lack of a level playing field at governance was one of the very many challenges of the indigenous. In spite of time, a time came when the indigenous communities now began to put themselves together. And because of the promotion enterprise promotion decree, a series of events began to happen anyway, not just in the built environment, but actually in other sectors of the economy. Companies now were formed by Nigerians as they went into production. Some were wholly indigenous, some were partly indigenous and partly expatriate. And in some cases, especially in the manufacturing sector, you saw a situation where the companies were now gradually replacing expatriate staff with indigenous companies. That happened in oil and gas. It happened in car manufacturing, where we had 4 or 5 car plants. At Koyo in Kaduna, we had Volkswagen in Lagos, we had National Truck Company in Kano, we had Anamco in Anambra. And then in Ibadan. In fact, Ibadan was to be a hub for car manufacturing in Nigeria, not just for the purpose of making the cars, but also producing materials that was to be used at all the other plants. So Ibadan had 2 glass factories, ISO glass, and I don't remember what the other one was called. They were mostly to turn out car windscreens, rear springs, shades. Then they also had a battery factory called Excite. They had a bodybuilding workshop owned by Milan. There were 2 tire manufacturing companies in Nigeria, Dunlop in Ikeja and Michelin in Port Harcourt. So as it was happening in manufacturing, it began also to happen in the built environment, and new companies began to grow. Although the signs of early success were very light, the companies ultimately ran into troubled waters, again because of the paucity of everything from funds to foreign technological support, corporate experience, and fiscal discipline. Now, fiscal discipline is one of the biggest problems that the early companies in Nigeria had. Fiscal discipline means getting money either from a loan or from the director's funds or from your own to do a business. And when the business begins to make money, you begin to spend the money rather than investing it to make the business grow. That's a typically African way of doing things, and a lot of people learn to have this. Which explains some of why some of the companies that you personally advised, the owners were spending more money than they were making. It would then be only a matter of time before the company dies a natural death because of diminishing effectiveness, loss of revenue, loss of patronage. In some cases, the companies just didn't grow because they didn't have the buffer to invest money. If you came up with a list of Nigerian companies in the 1970s and printed it out, maybe it's top 20 or 30 companies, you'll find that very few of them are existing today. I was reading in the newspapers yesterday or 2 days ago that Unilever operated the last quarter at a loss. Unilever was one of the largest employers of labor in the private sector in Nigeria. It's a division of the US. They had more people in the employment than the government hired. The UAC group was a place where managers were raised. This was even before my time. Maybe 10 years before I became active in the construction business. If you had a university degree and UAC hired you as a manager, you go and get a tie, get a very clean shirt, maybe 2 or 3 colors. Because the way that managers dressed in those days, they didn't wear that, just wear a tie and a clean tie every day you changed. And it was later that some of my friends told me that in addition to that, I had to drink some beer because we needed some tonic to live with. The early years of business and management in Nigeria, this will be about the 60s, between 1960 and 1970. By the time I came out of school in the mid-70s, the managers told me were going down. But there were other sectors of the economy that were also hiring people. And UAC managers were not longer the only staff on the block. And the trend is changing from time. So in the new batch session, because of some early success, there were a lot of failures still because there was no foreign technological support, no internet, no technical partners, no financing that we had during the last session of social. Corporate experience also was very scant. People didn't know how to run a business or a professional practice. Running a business is not running a supermarket. In supermarket, in the store, you put Omo there, they buy, you put milk, they buy, you put soap, they buy. You want to run a business, particularly if it's a business that is related to the environment on a good scale, and you are trading with foreigners and other people outside of your shops, you need to go to school to learn that. You don't learn that at Lavicom by selling spare parts through the indigenous way of discipleship, of raising people. You needed some classroom or teaching experience to be able to do that. That was not available in that measures at the time. Right now, we're at a point in history where we can look at the past, look at the present, and look at the future and make some projections. They may be uninformed, but compared to what used to happen in the past, you have enough about the past to make projections to the future. So it's because of this that the future belongs to entrepreneurs who can fill the gap by offering services designed to meet available gaps, using sustainable business models and highly skilled workforce, whilst employing advanced, affordable technology. A lot of English. But what I'm saying in summary is that first we need to identify a gap in the business. And there are so many. There are so many gaps even today. What is the most talked about subject to anybody today in Nigeria? What's the most interesting topic? It's not solar. Huh? It's the cost of fuel. It's not solar. Don't be deceived by last lecture. I teach. The real thing, once we finish and we step out now. But when I was driving there, I took the time from Lagos Island to get here. I took maybe now, maybe 15 minutes. It didn't happen like that 3 months ago. So you should ask yourself the question as you sit there and see it. What can I do to take advantage of the situation in Nigeria today? It can be anything. If people are working from home and you have some skill in catering, you can decide to do catering and start people in their homes. They order by phone. You get it back and go and give it to them. The future belongs to people who can find gaps and provide a service. This is not, you don't need to go to the business school. I'm not charging a fee. Until you are able to find a gap to offer a service. And this is something that you need to be detached away from the old thinking. I'm sure you've heard this before, but this is not it's not a revelation. People are talking about this 10, 15 years. In the past, it was, how can I make money? It's no longer so, unless you want to steal. The present is, what can I give to the people? That's where you start. And there's so many things you can do. We even have stories of people. There was a young man who used to go to Marina and don't know to read newspapers, so watch cars while people were in their offices. And at the end of the day, when they come to pick their cars from the public office, they didn't want. And also, you need to look for a business that is related to your area of interest and things that you can explain with the things that you already know. I'm told that food and clothing are businesses that will never die. But what we're trying to say today is that look for the gaps. Make sure you come up with a model. Use the highest skill force possible. There was a time when car wash was, there were not many of them, but was very popular. Very popular in the low density, high profile places on the landscapes. And then you look for the way to increase advanced or affordable technology. Because we cannot do business in 2023. It's the same way the business was done a few years ago. I remember that when I went to school, short time after my NYSC, was the first time I was seeing microwave ovens. And I used to be excited that you'll be on the queue in the school cafeteria. And then the West people want your food warm up, and they throw it into the microwave in the kitchen. You were looking 2 minutes, very hot. This was mid-70s. Years before microwaves even came to Nigeria. So I used to just wonder how they did this quickly. And technology is going to evolve in the same direction. There are now already washing machines that are washing clothes and happening there. Have you seen them? Washing machines that are, so can you imagine if you had a truck and you are doing a laundry business and you just went to people in their homes or their offices, especially buildings, you know, where you have corporate head office. Maybe you go to a bank and they bring all their clothes in the morning, and before they close, you would have walked to your banks, you iron it and give it to them. Every business depends on volume. If you charge maybe 2,000-3,000 and you're cleaning for like 100 people in a month, you're really on your way to make it more. Very soon, you will have several banks going to several locations. These are all ideas for the future. So I was saying here in these notes that many services are not available online from across the globe for a fraction of the capital investment required for an all-in service. For instance, when COVID came in 2020, virtual meetings were nearly unknown. I'm talking about Teams, Microsoft Teams, I'm talking about Zoom, I'm talking about what else do we have? Nobody was using them. They were not known. But now everyone taking virtual meetings such that you can be in one location in your home office and attend 5-6 meetings a day. I was speaking to a friend of mine yesterday, talking to them about petrol and how to work using the same workforce and reducing the cost of transportation. He said to me that his company are presently considering working 3 days a week in the office. They come together 3 days a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then the other days, Mondays and Fridays, they start to work. They have some implications. Maybe you need to buy them computers. But for those 3 days, they come together. The other 2 days, so they really need to come to work in 1 week. It's cheaper for you, cheaper for them. Even if your rent does not drop, the power energy consumption, if you work in the kind of office that I have, which is metered, everything is metered. Even the down, there is metered. The cost of running the office will be low. And the people who have to work 2 days from home and 3 days on location, you have to find a way to track that. Because you know Nigerian people. Let me not finish the story. You know, there are some people when you call a virtual meeting on Thursday or Friday, they will not make their call, or they will not work because it's in the market. It's not at work, but it's in the market. Every market has some local challenges, and they need to be addressed. If the office is supplying the laptop, for instance, they have to log in and log out. And if they don't do that, they have a way of doing it. I'm only saying that the business environment is evolving and that there's a need to find a way, to find a niche, find a gap that you need to fill. Identify service gap. Is your service for existing or new line of business? I'm on slide 12. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there, sir.
That's the first thing you want to ask. What service are you offering? Is it something that is new, totally unknown, or something that someone else was doing, but you want to do in a different way? That's the first question you need to ask yourself. Now, if it is an old line of business, it must bring a benefit to that line of business that people didn't have before. I don't know if you were around in the mid-80s when we had a lot of people who came in from Ghana, because Ghana at the time, 87, had some severe economic challenges. When the Ghanaians came to Nigeria, they were not doing business that Nigerians were doing. They were doing now. Then we remember taking pictures. Passport photo, if you are currently by before you finish, you are taking your passport photo. They also were doing domestic work. They were washing cars. The women amongst them were doing homes and everything to raise families. That was a whole generation of skill that Nigerians also had, but we were so big and pompous. We were not doing those things. They came and invested in that area. So that when we finally had them to leave, it was about 87. They didn't want to go, but they had to go. But recently I was talking to a Ghanaian friend, said in those days, it was not good at all to be. You couldn't afford anything, not even food to eat. You can't buy soap to wash your clothes. So they came. There was a gap. Once they came, they identified the gap. And some of the things they were doing, we were already doing, but they were only doing it half. They were doing it quicker, better, and cheaper. So there's a catch. If you want to invest in an old line of business, you need to be able to do all of those things quicker, better, and cheaper. If you go to Marina, across the street, to Zumba, the major streets of the island, you find a lot of people. During lunch break, they bring a vehicle like a pickup or that has a tailgate. And the low-income workers, including people on construction, will come at lunch there. They can park there now nicely, not in leaves, but in polystyrene with spoons. First grade package, they give you water. You pay once they finish, they collect all the waste, and they have identified a window, serving food at break time to serve workers. Then they That's that you must try to identify if you are going to invest in a gold mine or business. You need to understand the perception of the people. What do they want? Everybody likes a nice packaging. Presentation is another thing. Then communication. You need to find out what they want. You need to circulate like a questionnaire. You know, when people are presented with the same thing but with two different options, the packaging can make the difference. The perception can make the difference. And your ability to communicate can make the difference. In 1985, together with two colleagues, we started a company called Concept and Solutions. From the very first year, because as a consultancy practice in the built environment, we were not allowed to advertise. We decided that our mode of advertisement was going to be through our stationery. We went for Compro paper. How many people know Compro paper? You know Compro? You know Compro paper. Compro paper is the most expensive paper in the industry. And we chose a color called vellum. Vellum is like milk, like cream. So if I sent a letter to your office, it would be almost like a certificate. You'll be so difficult. And it's not a company, but this company is not the one to go and want to speak. It's just that it has some knowledge to see that if we cannot advertise, we have to find a way to indirect. You are not even allowed to print paper blocks to be. But once my letter landed in the office, there will be no other letter like it. And in case it's an invoice for payment, and I come and say you can't find the letter, I will say bring your file. If you bring your file, I will pick up my letter. They will be the only copy. The only Compro copy. Because Compro was costing like 3 times the cost of regular white paper. This was not in the time of Joseph. This was only 1995, few years. I'm talking about packaging, perception, presentation. They help sell a business. You are doing what everybody is doing, but you are doing it in different. I see these days people don't like confidential cards. Some people even say, oh, I don't read. I don't use that. You have not realized the impact, the effect that cards can have. It's the logo on the card that the person retains. If you give someone the card, he looks at it, he puts it away. When he sees your logo or that card a second time, anywhere you see it from, the logo is not showing there. Yes, sir. At the top. At the back. Yes, at the top. At the top. Oh, yes. No, this is anniversary. Yes. It's there, sir. Another one is there. If you give me a card in this book, even if I throw the card in, when I see it in 3 years, would I have seen it before? So don't get so arrogant and say, I still print cards, so tomorrow I'll still print cards. Because I'm looking at the perception of the person that the person will have after giving to the point that big companies now, they see print cards and they don't put their name said, what do they do? Have you seen the logo of Shell? Has that got the logo of Shell? You said, what is it? What does it look like? Huh? The Shell logo is a yellow shell on a red background, no name. They are saying to use this logo. If you don't know us, can't do it. We are too big to put our hand. Just look at my colors, look at my symbol. You ought to be able to know where I am. And that's also available. When you see NT, you don't find a television authority. There is no this family cannot that puts their name on their people. Shall you notice? What do they do? They are local. You will never stay Toyota in Mercedes Benz with Toyota or Mercedes Benz. But Toyota in the 3 ends, one at the top, one at the bottom, one at the top. They have come to the point where they are saying to me, we are too big to put our things. Right? Let the logo speak for us. Yes. Brand, that's what it's called. So if it is an old line of business, you must brand different and it's wrong. If it is a new line of business, that's a little bit more challenging. You want to do what nobody has done before. When Babscom was established 30 years ago, there were not many indigenous communities in the area of Australia service. Their service was considered so specialist that it was considered the area of electrical. It's not so anymore. So if you are setting up a new line of business, you have to have knowledge to be able to tell the people what they don't do. You have to innovate, package it in a way that they have not seen it because they have not seen your business before. They have not. They have not. If you are in the built environment and you are introducing a new system of cooling or air conditioning, different from what we knew in the past, you have to use innovative ways of introducing it to the market. Right now, someone is trying to persuade us to use fabric ducts. You know about fabric ducts. Fabric ducts will be a good replacement for metal ducts. I'm getting too technical, but let me not go into it. The work of ductwork is simply to convey air from where it is cool to the place where it is heat. How you carry it there, another area doesn't matter. Very soon, you will be opening seals and you will not be finding metal. You will be finding fabric like force. They have a lot of advantages. You don't need this. It supplies in the body. It comes through the body. It's so light, we rented in weeks. Plus, you can brand it. So you come into a banking hall, you look at all the dogs, it's looking like very nice with their logos and colors right. I'm talking about going into a new line of business. What is hot now? What are people looking for? If it's a new line, what are the products that they need? What are the ideas that you need to have? Do a search on the net. Once you put into Google, and it's Google, not Google. I don't know how to do that one. You shouldn't come to put on Google and you're talking to a friend. And you're sitting down, Google it. This is Google. Tell me what is Google. Google. Call it like a big man, it's Google. One of the things that is interesting now is global warming. You have global warming, green buildings, energy conservation, alternative energy source. That's one is living there. Passive design concepts, reusable materials, modeling, digital twinning, modeling and digital twinning are ways of simulating a building that have not constructed at all. Okay. They give you a room, a hotel with 200 rooms. You come up with 3 different alternatives and you present to them models that we show the hotel that the height. Because 200 rooms can be 50 in 4 places. That's 4 levels 50 can each. It can be 25 and the same number of things. So determining the height and the size depends on many things. It has an impact on the cost of first and foremost, it must fit into the site. You can simulate conditions that are not using the computer. Yeah. We are doing now in Lagos, Nigeria, a project for one of the banks where we needed to simulate the air conditioning equipment by telling the architect what the effect of the change on the elevation would be just before it's because it's putting vanes. You know vanes. Vanes are like vertical or horizontal strips. Those decorations that you see on the elevation of buildings. Sometimes they are also corporate, so they have all sorts of funny names. They're called awnings. You know awnings from the design. We are saying to the architect, by changing the wall to window ratio, wall to window ratio. That means for this wall, if my window was this size, I can make the window smaller, so I will have more wall and less window. It has an effect on the air conditioning of the building. Every glazing area that you use needs more cooling. We can simulate that in the design. To say if your windows are bigger, this is what it will cost you in air conditioning. And it's not a one-time cost. When your AC is big, it's chopping power every day. It's chopping a lot of energy. And when you multiply energy by time, it can be a lot. If you are in the house and you are putting petrol in your jet 1 time a week, now 25 liters small jet petrol will be roughly how much? 14,000, 15,000, 14,000, 15,000. If you are doing it once a week, and I come up with a proposal that will make you do it once in 2 weeks, it will look like I've not saved you money, or must do the math, but at the end of the year, you would have done 26 in place of 52. You don't need to do 52 weeks in a year. If we are doing weekly, I've reduced it by 50% to 26 weeks. So you can multiply your gain 26 weeks by 15,000. Is that a piece of cake? A lot of savings. You are looking for business ideas that will help you to help people to save energy. So you need to find something that is related. I put here global warming. Everything on in that line in the packet is to do with energy. How do you sustain an enterprise or a business? Because we know this thing is in three parts. We are talking about starting the business, sustaining it, and then the business. Probably the most difficult part of any business is sustainability. When I was much younger, in Surulere, I think, and also somewhere in CPS, there were only two companies that were being impacted. Rules. This is way before the time of KFC and all of this stuff. I don't even remember the name. Because somewhere around, not in much area, somewhere around this was in the 70s. The only other place where we could get bought by Suffolk Road was at either Kingsway or UTC or Leventis. Then of course, but all of those businesses are especially who are not making business are grown, but the elder people, they were not able to sustain the ability to keep the quality and standard of the is key for sustainability. Businesses are dying, businesses are waking up. Same business. We used to have meter taxes in Lagos or Uber. 30 years back, they didn't know. Sustainability to your concern to an investor from the one. Once your business begins to prosper, ask yourself, how can I sustain it? Your ability to keep the quality and the standard of whatever it is you're doing. You have always to look at it. Look at shorter turnaround. Turnaround is your ability to. There were days when laundry was run once a week. Suddenly, one man showed up around maybe 1990. Forgotten the name of they were doing next year laundry. You bring money, you pick up on you. This is not the time of failure. I'm talking about Lagos Nigeria in the 1990s. I was bringing laundry to that because I'll come and do business on Monday, especially when I'm going to collect. That is a short turnaround. You need to look for ways to do it that are cheaper in terms of capital costs and lower in terms of operational costs. Those are the things that kill me. There was a time in our company between 2003 and 2000, maybe 2015 or 17. We were giving to our staff a pay rise of minimum 10% per year. And we moved from the middle to the top of the salary structure in the line of business. After a while, we couldn't sustain it. We were paying more money than we were paying. Now we're very quietly near the money in the bottom. But we have a name, we have a product. People will still think. But I can tell you that we are not people who are paying this. We are coming and becoming training school. We are one of 3 or 4 companies in Lagos that have many of years experience. We said, we give God which means if you program sustainability, there are parameters you can move up and down. People want to work for us now, not because we give the highest pay, but it's like going to an India. We have tons of project space and experience. I'm still in practice, over 70. Next year will be 50 years since I graduated from the university. Our company is in 1985. In 2 years, company is 40 years old. You can't think that from Lagos business. People are eager to come. When you see where we work in our office, we work in Adobe. I work with all of the staff. Everyone has a workstation. That's why I have an office. When the day comes, I don't see there. Sustainability. Your business must stand for something. It must stand. If you are not paying the best, let your work environment be the best. If you are very stingy with money, the people are not getting cancel. And the end, you only have your one, or you have your maybe a sustainable business is a business that not about you. It needs a better. So when we are looking at such business, I mentioned this, that in the case of companies like Bascom, whether in manufacturing or production of service, you need to look for a way of recycling materials, making materials more useful. There is a setting of America now. If you are using a regular software that you can pick, that will consume 50% of the heat. I don't know if you come. You are using less heat. If you are only using 15% of what you use, you are using less than 50. What will last you 5 minutes will not last you 25 minutes. Wow. You need to think of ways to recycle. Sorry, can you the last slide, please? So sorry. You're going forward. Yes, so here you need to work with the development. Oh yeah, this is for baseball. Original equipment manufacturing, because designs are changing nearly yearly. You know the latest how long it will be here? Things are changing. You cannot sustain a business using archaic system and equipment. Research and development is not your money. Those people who are making what you are using are people who are doing it. You need to take advantage of that. Let's look at the next slide. I want to go. So, what is called a legacy of excellence? To leave a legacy means that the enterprise has been built up to an enviable standard. The company needs to be built up to a standard that is higher than that of it. You must become a benchmark in your industry. Many years ago, if you wanted to ask me if you want to drink, you said your bench. So everything was cheap. Tea was cheap. Coffee was cheap. Computer was cheap. Meal was cheap. And at the time of my mother, if they wanted to, you bring me that newspaper, you're about immediately times. Every newspaper was daily times. That's what we mean by a legacy. Because daily times has become a standard. There were other newspapers. They were telling of Guardian was the last of the big names of all. They wrote to the top very quickly. They established a legacy, a better than average, higher than normal win. Okay? A long record of the impressive performance. It requires commitment, not just from the owners of the business, but those who are working. I know some companies, especially in the private sector, at 15 minutes of closing time, they are already packed. You didn't need to put the apps and what you were in. And there's another one in that too. When they drop more back and put there's those offices when you go to a business, and they are in the say, okay, we are closed, please come tomorrow. You can't build a legacy on that kind of bigger, short-sighted, poor quality service. So people who want to patronize are looking for a place where they will go after closing time and you are still open. In 1991-92, guarantee opened at the first brand. I was born at if you want to they start using. Soon they added this thing. Now, if you go, you need to take your work, but you already have built the service. What kind of business are you thinking of running? Based on where would you be in another 10 years? By then, the level of your operations will be higher. It should be high. It should be high. Excellence means being good at a good thing, having an outstanding future and quality. Excellence is achieved by aiming for the top, doing better than competition. You cannot be excellent if you are doing something. Don't have to 3 times in 1 week. I can't find another ability for it except excellence. You know how many people are running that? So, and one of the ways to achieve excellence, I say skill. Skill comes by doing the same thing repeated. You don't acquire skill by doing one thing once a week or once a month. The more you do something, the better you become. If people who are playing having 20, in 25, in 19, you know, the now all our own champions that young, some of them began to play when it was constant. It's 3, it's 4, it's 5. Skill comes by regularly doing the same thing with a desire to improve. You must aim to be the leader of in every day based on the people in the channel. I can say that to you know, with accuracy because I'm in the business and I know that we work with. They want to be leader. And the park, every park has a leader. You go to the bush, look for the dogs or the lions or the foxes or the lions, even everything. A park always has a leader. You can't lead in this unless you have become the master in the first place. This proverb, jack of all trades and master of none, is too old. Ancient proverbs. Now you can carry jack of all trades, master of all. You just raise 10 people. Master the market. This master sales match. This one is master in logistics. We have 10 masters. We are jack of all trades. That's what it means. They say, do the thing better than the packaging is important. There's a paradigm shift. People say you do not judge a book. What's wrong with a man if you book and you do cover? Exactly. Let them judge us and cover. So, quality assurance, quality control. You must regularly monitor the quality of product. 2 weeks ago, I want to recite the commission in the declaration because the client was a lot. And the commissioning communicated, and the man who represented the 2 of them, the leader, they have waited 2 months. You gave the clients a timing. If you tell me these people are not ready, I'm going to do it. Somebody went and spoke to me and said, you don't treat clients like that. The man who was saying that is not the owner of this. He's the technician and head of it. If it's coming here, if I made a report to his company that you will start it. A week later, the same company, we invited them for a report. They didn't respond. So I got to start report and told you we are not posting anymore. In the last 2 years, we invited them for 15 times. They didn't post. That is exactly the reverse of excellence. I don't know if you might will you call it? I think you have to know. Will you call it? Would you call it? Let's see the next slide. I want to close. Next slide.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay, so let's do the coursework now, the case study. I want to look at past comments. 1993 company is 30 years old. The company is indigenous, it belongs to Nigeria. There are core business tools on the next slide. There are growth paths, there are more compared to expatriate contemporary. Their business, well, they should seek to increase through collaboration. Their staff trend, they need to build it up through trainings. Those last 2, they're just concepts, but you need to collaborate to build up. So there are their core business. LED cells, finance, solar, and renewable energy services. If we were to look at what Bitcoin has done last 30 years, they would not have covered all of this because some of these core businesses are in yes. Let's go to the next slide. So let's see what the Bitcoin is competing with companies. 30-year-old, they are just 1 year older than Amazon. Alphabet, Google, not Google, 12 years old. Basecamp is like Apple is 47. Amazon is 29 years old. Faith Amazon is 19 years old. Microsoft is 48 years old. IBM is 120 years. I don't know where today she wants to be. 17 years. Or they will same age as that. I expect that around. I don't know that what will be considered. I have deliberately not put any Nigerian company here. The purpose of this chart is to show that anybody can achieve anything. You know the owners of the younger companies. Some of them are very young. So young they don't wear suits. Some companies are not the same. But this is the kind of scenario that every company that is diligent and serious with a good start, proper plan, foresight. If I put my company here, I will see step goals. I will see these people as clients because of what they've been able to achieve. But you can get your business. I think that. Amen. So here I try to demonstrate how this comes to plan. Plan in quarters. A quarter is a quarter of the year, it's 3 months. And you can then have deals and launch the group every month. It doesn't have to be new invention. It will build at the performance because of some of the people in the market. But every 4 years, they invested together. And they bought up nearly all the companies in the world to become what number one. The business. The Japanese company. Air conditioning was invented by Mr. Kage nearly 120 years ago. But today, the industry leader is not American. It is bad mess. So you can have a monthly timeline. In the next 10 years, you can begin to plan. You need to plan how much more. What are the new lines of business? How many people do you want to have? What? So we can look at 30 years of if the company establishes the outside, do they have the limits of excellence as in the outside? Is the business something? Who has the answer? Who? Only to God and the bullets. The business senior aspect. Remember, we'll be talking about establishing and sustaining a legacy of excellence. What integrity, delivery. Excellence without integrity is not. I always answer on excellence. If they are looking for the companies that have made the most money, in this case, the only show of but if they are looking for a company that lives on excellence and integrity, you probably will give better. I say this. I'm talking about building industry in Nigeria. I want to commend you for your time. For patience.
we have all learned not from the wealth of knowledge of engineer Ogunus. All right. He actually is the principal party in consent association. So I want us to give him one more. We have thanks a lot. Just to mention of them. So what happened for your business? You need to be innovative. All right, you need to be innovative in your business. Now, for you to sustain a legacy over time, you have to have quality and standard of your organization. So just to mention some of the things that I've spoken about, I believe some of us will have questions. I don't believe anybody has questions, but those of us that are online, you have to use the comment section to type. Do we have any questions? All right.
No, it's just an appreciation of mine.
Okay, sir. So just to start at one, but I want to ask, you talked about collaboration. Now, for Basecom as a company, how will you advise us to go about collaboration? If you look at what's happening in the space of business globally, a lot of companies are coming together. In the previous practice, we had about financing. Companies that want to do well actually need a lot of funding. So, Basecom as a company, how would you advise us to look at collaborating with other partners as we go into the future? You actually gave us how we actually do. But I'm looking at it in terms of funding for bigger projects. How would you advise us to go about collaborating with other companies?
Generally, you collaborate with a person or a company that is able to bring something. So you don't collaborate with someone who is going to bring you down. And it isn't every type of collaboration that involves capital. 2 years ago, 2021, I finished the master's program, low energy services. And when I finished writing the coming book, I asked university lecturers if they knew companies who are in the same business as we, who have a chance of getting business, move, then that we are able to offer the service. That's collaboration. They are not going to give us money. In fact, if it is not a collaboration that is tied to the exclusion of others, you can have more than one. So if Mr. A is coming to do business in Nigeria, already has a project, they don't have a license to practice here. They need someone who has a license, and that they don't need to go and struggle to set up office and hire staff. We can provide that. The benefit to us is that we will increase the volume of our business. They will be bringing superior skill. We'll be able to train our staff, and all of this will not be for nothing. There will be part of financial benefits to our. That's one type of collaboration. The first thing to do is choosing a partner to collaborate with to determine what you need so that you can find the person who is going to bring it up. If it involves funding, because the last session was mostly about funding for solar, then that becomes a part of the situation. Let me also say that when you are looking for a partner to collaborate with, you must necessarily talk to more than one person so that you can compare the advantage. In the last 2 years, people who want to go to manufacturing, first assembly, and then installation of solar panels. I told you about 2 or 3. And what I found out from including the store, what I found out from one is that they are consulting very far, very wide. They are talking to companies in China who are they are talking to companies in Europe, mostly Germany and Holland, who are building batteries. They are talking to companies in Turkey who are doing cabling, breakers, panels, boards. It's as if they have broken down the company, the business into components, and they are talking to specialists in every one of those areas. That's how we collaborate. In fact, there's nothing that says you cannot collaborate with all of them. In that kind of scenario, I am not company. I don't know what they are looking for, but straight away sitting here, I can say that if they now have a project, a huge project, let's say a solar farm, they will go and buy it from China. Maybe if they have related to them to a point where they can get shipped before they can work with that. Because if they are gotten the people to come, and when people have a contract, I have a contract in Bayes between 200 kilowatt solar. It's also, and here is the letter. We need to open a letter of credit just to secure it, get some security for the bank and all of it. Then they can see. You deal with them on the basis of partners. You go to Europe and talk to the country. You go to Turkey and talk to the people who are doing switching. So really, when you want to collaborate, you want to look for the area or the thing for which you need a support. Talk to more than one person so that you can play with all this. I've seen people who are doing that, and I think that's all steady the way to come up with the most cost-effective arrangement. There's a lot of dynamics, and you yourself need to manage it. For instance, that can be a barrier. If you are collaborating with a country that speak English and can't get them to come, even to promote a seminar like this, if they are your business partners, come, we are inviting people who are in this business, come and talk to them. The man needs to be able to speak English. Nobody will go to a French school because they are going to buy a French company. So we need to play this by the end. That's the view that I have generally, but of course, I can then get more details depending on what. Let me just say that now there's hardly any service that you need that you can't find someone to do. Just don't limit it, put it there, you get the so anything, whether it's fun, technology, support manufacturing. People are also eager. Those who are producing stuff are looking for people to collaborate with. I was told recently when I made an inquiry with a Turkish guy who lives in all these brands were there are India who will find it in 2 or 3 years with a hand sketch plus revenue project. What do you think? Thank you so much. All right. Do we have any more questions? Okay, so we'll quickly continue with our schedule. Right now, we're supposed to have, but I just want to quickly announce that I want to appreciate everyone in the house, especially our OEMs. Some of our clients have joined us online. We appreciate all of you. Thank you for standing by us. Based on this year, we'll be celebrating 30 years. By the grace of God, come November, we'll have our gala night. So we're still inviting you, all upon you, and we hope that we will see you by then. So not to take much of our time, I'll call on our co-founder, first of the late. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
I will stand on all the different protocols. I want to especially thank all guests, everyone who has taken the time out to celebrate, to be a part of this celebration. Having a 30th year anniversary celebration. I'd like to
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for coming and thank you for your support over the past 30 years. I want to thank the Assistant Comptroller General, Chika Njoku, Zonal Controller for Federal Fire Service of F Southwest. He's not here, but please help extend heartfelt greetings and appreciation for the beautiful seminar topic that he took. Very, very enlightening, very, very well taken. Very, very grateful for the time. I'd also like to thank Dr. Shegun Adanju, the CEO of Consistent Energy Limited, who, in a very, very good, gave us a lot of insight into how we could take advantage of the funding mechanisms that are available for solar projects all around the world. I was particularly schooled because there are a lot of things that I thought about that I didn't personally know about. Also, do consider myself a finance person. So, Doctor, thank you so much. We appreciate what you did. I would like to say something about the final speaker that we have. I think while planning for this program, we had certain expectations, certain things that we thought we would achieve from this program. I want to say something that your delivery far exceeded our expectations. Thank you so much for your support through the years. I recall that you said that you met us 17 years ago. The truth is that we have been knocking on your door for 20 years. So thank you for keeping us outside of the end of those 30 years. And finally opening the door for us 17 years after. Demo and I were very young. I was 23 when we started this company, and he was 22. We were ready to be young. We didn't think ourselves as young, and the oyster for us, the world was an oyster for us, and we thought that there was nothing that we could achieve. 30 years have come and gone, and you were absolutely right. There is nothing that you cannot achieve if you put your mind to it and you are willing to do the work that needs to be done to achieve what you need to achieve. I want to say to you, sir, that you asked the question, are we going to be sustainable 30 years after? I want to tell you that the answer is absolutely yes. We had a vision when we started this company. It was not one for money. It was not one for fame. It was not one for an organization that would, help us with our financial needs. No. We were very conscious of the response of this. And I think that's why 30 years after, we're still here. We're still doing the things that we were doing 30 years ago. We're still encouraging. If you look around, you see a lot of young people. This has become a training ground, a proving ground, or rather a breeding ground for would-be entrepreneurs. Where within this context and the output of the friendship organization, people learn how to build, how to do things the way it's supposed to be done. So we want to have a sustainable business. So I want to assure you, sir, that the next 10 years, I'm sure you'll still be looking the way you look. And you still have the same kind of energy that you have. And we will make reference to this particular conversation when you come to talk to us again about sustainability for the next 10 years. We will be around. And most of all, I'd like to thank the directors, the management, and the staff of BizCom. You guys are what makes the organization take the ones that are making what it is. It's been a long 30 years, but the operating environment that we have in this country is very harsh. And then even say very toxic. I think if we are putting the kind of work that we put into this for 30 years in another environment, maybe the charts that you showed us then, we would have been, much more than where we are now, given the same opportunity. But this is where we are. This is the environment that we are. And we're not going to be giving lame excuses, because of job. So I'm thanking you, the staff, for your work, for your commitment, for your hard work. A man of God, Bishop Benson Dawson, once said that a listener in Nigeria cannot go to America and become an educator. I want to make a slight deviation from that. A lizard in Bristol cannot go and start his own organization and then become an educator. I have proven it time and time again. Whatever it is that you do here, whatever your concept of work or work values or work culture is, when you're working awesome, it's the same thing that you will do when you're working for yourself. Sir, a lot of people have this delusion that you can just switch when it comes to your own. And it has been proven time and time again that it will never work. What you do when you're looking after somebody else's home is the same thing that you will do. Because what has happened is that you have cultivated a habit over a period of time. A habit doesn't change just in an instant. So I'm confident that what you're doing will, at any point in time when you decide what you want to do, you will do it because you've done well in this company as well. I just don't like being the last person to talk. Everybody knows that after the vote of nights. So people are usually waiting for you to just they want to cigarette and so that they can go or not. So I think having said this, I want to thank you guys for putting all this together. Oh yes, yes. We can. I'd like to invite the police to pray for us. Let us pray. We acknowledge the presence of the Spirit in this very moment. We ask for your mercy in areas where we have missed, where we have acted or spoken in ways that bring a reproach of you. You are a God of mercy and of love, a faithful God, the one who is child of all the affairs of men and women, the runners in the companies, the profits they make, the name they make, the brand, they all come from you.
You are the owner of the universe. The castle on 1,000 hills belongs to you. So are the silver and the gold. We do not intend to make any plans or pursue any objective that is not covered by your grace and mercy. Our rejoicing today can only be fuller because we know that you know the end from the beginning. It's by your mercy that we are able to gather. Every one of us, you have brought us. Your thoughts for us are thoughts of good and not of evil, because you have a desire to give us a hope. And the fuel crisis alone is enough to discourage us. The situation in Nigeria, political instability, insincerity in law, problems in tuition in school, transportation matters, electricity. The only thing we have here for free, the air we breathe. Yes, we will breathe. You have created us to be in this nation. And those of us who are owners, directors, managers of this company, at this time it has pleased you to put us in the company. We take nothing for granted, O God, and so we give you praise, honor, and glory. Give you all the adoration, exaltation, for you alone are holy. We thank you for the first 30 years of our company. Better is the end of a thing than the beginning thereof. The next 30 years will be better and sweeter. In the name of the Lord Jesus. Pray for the company that it will prosper and become prosperous and increase on every side, even as you have shown us favor in the past. Let the people we will receive in the future be great. In the name of the Lord Jesus. We pray for all those who are involved with the company and staff management, including those who are technical partners, OEM companies, all those with whom we have collaboration. Let your grace reach out to them also. Those who serve in the company, let them not serve in vain. You have put their hands upon the plow, they shall not look back. We bless them, we bless them. We bless their spouses and their children also, that during the period of their engagement with pastor, no evil shall come near their dwelling. In the name of the Lord. We declare Nigeria blessed, for this company will prosper in this land. Men and women will come, join forces with the company, they will receive their own portion of the blessings that will come from heaven. In the name of the Lord. Our joy today will be full, it will meet with no sorrow. In the name of Jesus Christ. Thank you for that which you have done. We give you praise and glory for that which you will do in the future. We alone deserve our worship. Blessed be your holy name. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Hallelujah.
Thank you so much, sir. Please, one more time, let's give ourselves a round of applause. Before we complete, we would like to take some pictures. So just give us some few minutes while we take the pictures. After that, then we go for lunch. Like I said. So let's come. Go here. Go and all another.
That's what I want to do. We should.